All right. Oh, just one of those mornings where nothing goes right. Oh man, let's see if I can get this countdown to actually do the thing I wanted it to do. Yada yada yada. Countdown. What do you think? Percent 2 3. That's got to be 2 3 4 5 6. Did it work? Hey, it is now a white countdown. There's no title on it. Title's probably should tell people what this is counting down to. Just one of those mornings. Just one of those mornings. Things are going fine. Theme reveal. Theme ready. There we go. Okay. Does that even show correctly? All right. Theme reveal is in like 2 hours. Yeah. Whew. Hope y'all mornings or whatever it is by you is going well as well. Morning Anders, morning Roberto. The other thing I wanted to do was make sure that these little commands worked. I upgraded StreamerBot. I have no idea if any of these commands work. Let's say this one's Bevy. Core commands triggered YouTube message. Core commands triggered. Create command. Wow, there's so much stuff that needs to be done to get these things to work. YouTube message. Yada yada. Sub actions. What are the sub actions? I think it's supposed to send a message here. Let's see. Triggers. There are so many options. Not that URL. That's the wrong URL. All right. So the damn. The jam is happening today. Let's see. Where's chat? Here's chat. Let's do Bevy. See if that works. That absolutely did not work. Perfect. I'm such a good streamer, y'all. Get ready to jam. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not logged in. That's happened before. Let me check the login for the account quickly. That's logged in. Platforms. There's just so many options. Stream apps, integrations. Is it integrations? One of these is supposed to have the accounts that I'm supposed to be using. Servers, clients, settings. It's a good thing streaming isn't my job. Yeah, it's going to be a new game for the jam. The jam, I'll get that up on screen here for a second. Bevy Jam 6. Got a number of videos if you're interested in what the Bevy Jam 6 is, but Bevy Jam 6 is starting in approximately an hour and 47 minutes. That's what I should have done. I should have just loaded this page into OBS. Yeah, theme reveal in an hour and 45 minutes. So until then, what we're going to do is basically play with some crates, do some scaffolding stuff, maybe set up CI, stuff like that. And then the theme will get revealed and we'll figure out what we're actually going to build. If you haven't joined the jam, you have the opportunity to do so. itch.io/jam/BevyJam6. There we go. Ah, that's because I am disconnected. There we go. There we go. I found the setting, y'all. Hey. I think I have some other... Yeah, jam time left is never going to work. But I'll set up the other two quickly. And then we can get on with doing like itch.io deployment and CI and stuff. How many of you are participating in the jam? What does exclamation point Bevy do? Nothing until 30 seconds ago. Now it ships the now it ships the website, just in case anybody comes in and is like, what the hell is Bevy? The CLI, I wanted to have a URL response for as well. And then I also wanted to have a response for sub-second. Discord works, but the jam time left one, I don't think we're gonna set that up. I had dreams of doing things. CLI is in the progress. I'm typing it in right now. Core commands, command triggered, CLI. Okay. That's so much. Send message to channel. Where's the CLI repo? Hoping to participate in the jam? Is it mandatory to join on itch before it starts? No, I don't think so. I think you can join whenever you want. I think if you intend to join, it's kind of nice to just like click the button. But you definitely do not have to until, you know, whenever you want to actually participate. Custom or core commands, triggers, sub-second. Okay. Send message. Where's sub-second? Sub-second is in the Bevy simple sub-second repo. All right, that should be good. CLI and sub-second should now work in chat. Colors on that monitor for the stream look weird. You join the jam and follow the 2D game template video and manage to get it to work. Great video proven. Thanks. Nice. That's dope. I'm glad it worked for you. There are other templates. I think the CI template got up to date. Yeah, our parrot updated it. So if you were just doing CI or something, you could go try to do this. The Bevy CLI and Bevy Subsecond are the links I just added for commands in chat. Bevy CLI is fantastic. Bevy CLI is really cool. Bevy CLI is what, let's not run this. This is my This Week in Bevy stuff. I've too many windows open again. I should get rid of some of these. Let's get rid of these. Let's get rid of Bevy. This is what's going on over here. So Bevy Run Web is running my app, localhost 4000. This is completely kind of unrelated. It's just some like scaffolding stuff that I was working on. So it's like there's nothing here other than some UI layout stuff. Message retracted. I guess those were the commands. I tried Bevy Seedling. Bevy Seedling seems fine, except for the fact that Firewheel wants to use like core time stuff on web, which felt really weird. I'm not sure exactly if that's an issue or not. I left a comment. Oh, perfect. I think they fixed it. Let's do an upgrade of Bevy Seedling. Not that we're going to do all that much audio stuff on stream, I don't think. I don't know. TBD. See, where's Bevy Seedling? Seedling down here. So 0.4. I guess we don't need this for Seedling, but we do need to do a cargo update. We need to pull in Firewheel 0.4.2, hopefully. There's a Bevy 0.16.1 that came out. Came out yesterday. So if you are creating a new app today, you should be able to get it. Should just be the thing that you install. Let's check what version of... If you ever need to do an inverse dependency, you can do cargo tree-i Firewheel or Bevy Seedling or anything like that. Looks like we have 0.4.2. 0.4.2 seems to be current, so I think we're good. So I've got a just script, so I'm just going to just watch here. I don't think I'm going to personally use Subsecond this week. Subsecond is really, really, really cool, but I want to focus mostly on creating the game and not dealing with tooling stuff. Usually for these game jams, I do a lot of like, let's play with this new experimental thing, or let's do that other thing, or whatever. But this time I just want to build the game. I want to build the game. I want to ship the game. I want to participate in the game jam rather than, you know, checking out experimental new tech, which is what I usually do. Okay, that should be good. So our compiles will be a little bit longer than they otherwise would be. Subsecond is really, really cool. It runs in under a second if you watch the video. So we've got our scaffolding stuff here. If I open the terminal, you look at the console, hopefully we don't see any. Yeah, perfect. Looks like we've got meta file. I thought the meta files were handled. I think they are handled, actually. I actually don't know if that made it into the 0.16.1 release. There was a PR that was up yesterday that I think was getting merged because itch.io tends to report like 403s for these meta files. So I think the PR did make it in because this says 404. So it's nice that if you use meta files, if you like change the image sampler or something, then the meta files will now work if they exist. The topic theme is not getting announced for another. I think there's a timer on the screen. I don't know when it is, but you do. You can see the stream. An hour and 45 minutes now. So 10 a.m. PST is when that's going to happen. Okay, you see the live cast, you thought it's on? Yeah. I usually stream at 8 a.m., so I just decided to keep my normal time, which means that the theme comes like a couple hours into the stream, which is fine, I think. Until then, we're just kind of messing around. If anybody has any like Bevy questions for their own setup, for their own getting started stuff for the jam, I'm happy to cover that. Happy to talk about things. You plan to build a mini build a mini game for your 3-year-old. Nice. That's dope. Is that for the jam or just in general? Guess I'll pull up the jam channel just in case something gets announced over there. Both? Nice. That's awesome. So this menu does work. I don't have any logs for the menu, so we can't see it working. But kind of started messing around already. Nice. Yeah. I think that for the most part, people kind of get their templates in order and whatnot, and like make sure that anything they're going to use is actually published, and et cetera, et cetera. Using hot reload, it's freaking great. You're using sub-second? Sub-second is really, 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 really cool. One of the things that's also really cool that I feel like not enough people are aware of it. Where's my kinetoscope stuff? Is going to be a very awkward version of it. Where is it? There we go. I think I still have it installed in the plugins. Perfect. So this is a WebP. And if I rebuild, this is going to be really ugly because I didn't like place it or anything. I didn't like make sure it worked with anything else. But if I reload this, you can see that the WebP for like the Bevy splash screen intro or whatever will play, which is very, very cool, and I'm very happy about. If you're trying to do any kind of like small WebP playing inside of your Bevy app, Blue Kinetoscope is absolutely I can never spell it correctly. Blue Kinetoscope is absolutely a crate worth knowing. If you do native, this can do streaming video. Or streaming animations, I guess they're calling it. Streaming doesn't work on WASM, so you need to like kind of care about your file sizes a little bit more. But yeah. Very cool. I'm planning to do kind of like a splash screen using that crate. I have too many desktops. I got rid of a bunch of them. That's always my problem. I always like... I think that because you buy counts like pixel offsets from the left, and I've got like 4K monitors, having done like 20, 25 desktops, it's like 20, 25 4K monitors worth of pixels. Which just ends up being quite a lot to do all the math for. Which is kind of funny. I have way too many desktops open at any given time. Let's get rid of this. Oh, no, don't get rid of that. Don't close. Please don't close. Let's steal the CI scripts from the 2D template and dump them in here. I didn't set up CI or anything yet. So we'll have to go in here and... Yeah, don't track Git. VS Code is always like, oh, we're overwhelmed by Git changes. Yeah, well, you know, like maybe you shouldn't be tracking Git changes then. Let's see, what did I call the project? I don't actually have a name for this project yet, so not terribly concerned. I think we will... Yeah, my 2D game, because it was for the video when I created it. So we'll just change this to whatever we're going to use. Right now it's scaffolding, so... But I don't have the itch project set up for my own stuff yet. Bevy Jam 6. Yeah. I feel like I should have a name for the name for the game at least, you know? Maybe I'll do Bevy Jam 6 for the repo. And then I'll do something else for the itch.io page. So the theme is one of 5 themes, as Roberto posted. Impending Doom is the current winner, but it's going to be a random roll between the 5. So it'll be Impending Doom, Instructions Unclear, Chain Reaction, Upgrade, or Trust Me, I'm an Engineer. I think Trust Me, I'm an Engineer is the one that I have the fewest ideas for. I think if Impending Boom gets chosen, I might do an infinite runner just for fun. Like a 3D infinite runner. I don't know. Impending Boom is kind of like very, very straightforward. And obviously the one that everybody's going to come up with instructions unclear is just don't have instructions, which is like not a good interpretation of the jam. And for me anyway. You're trying to design a sonar-like effect that radiates out from the player and terminates at the first piece of level geometry it hits. Do you think that's better done in Rust or in Shader? Is it a visual effect? Terminates the first piece of level geometry hit. I would say that the assuming that it's a one-off effect, assuming that you are going to be able to determine where the intersection is, I would say on the CPU, determine where the intersection is, size a circle or whatever. I don't know if you're 2D or 3D, but size your mesh to that size, and then let the shader take over for actually animating the value. So if it's like a 2D circle and it's whatever magnitude away in some direction, then you just take that, you know that that's the radius of the circle. You create that circle mesh or whatever, and then you can do whatever you want in the shader to like render in the values of that circle. and make the actual sonar effect. And then you get to just make that as big or as small as you want to whenever it needs to change. If the sonar casts a spherical wave, it will have an infinite number of intersections. It is... It's 2D, so they could easily just do a cast out, right? It's easy to get ideas for all 5 of them together, but it's not easy to create the game. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know that it's easy for... I think for this jam, the thing that I really want to do is focus in on a single mechanic, get the single mechanic working, and then maybe expand from there. I'm trying to get all the gameplay done by like Monday afternoon, I think. By like wake up Tuesday with a game that is like mechanically put together, and then spend some time on art and stuff. Sorry, I'm still coughing from my neighbors filling my apartment with smoke. So my throat's a little ripped apart. What else should we steal here? Grab the window title. Where are our plugins? Here. Yeah, lovely neighbors. It's wonderful. I'm really enjoying dealing with it. I'll leave the comment. I don't really need to set this to none. I don't even know if we're going to use metafiles. If we end up not using metafiles, I'll re-enable this. Or disable this, or re-disable this. If not, then... it won't matter. Anyway, if you go for a racing game, you modeled an MP44 and a VW Type 1 low poly recently. You can send them. You're totally impartial. Nice. Racing game would be interesting. I think if I'm gonna do like, for example, Impending Boom could be like a like an explosion, right? A pending explosion or something. I think if we do that, then I'm gonna do an infinite runner. I think I've just been playing too much Haste lately. I don't know if anybody knows what Haste is. But Haste is basically like a 3D version of effectively just, you know, that like land on the back of a hill and you hit perfects kind of thing. It was really fun. But I think there were also things that I would have changed about it. But doing an infinite runner like that feels like it could be fun because it's like a single mechanic, right? Like your player can take off from a hill, and then really the only thing you're doing is holding X to like fast fall. And then when you land on something, you just do like the vector comparison, like a dot product or whatever. And you're like, it is this much similar. And therefore you got a perfect, great, or like really bad landing. You've been kicking off your career as an embedded systems engineer this week. And you've been loving your low-level videos, especially the Rust ones. Sweet. I really enjoy the Rust low-level stuff. I've got a bunch of like little ESP32s and stuff sitting around on my desk. I kind of don't get to doing it as much for videos. But I show this occasionally on stream. This is my little like 6-axis motor project. I don't know. Rust embedded videos in the past have felt a little bit like, hey, go check out this main branch and check out that main branch and then write your own driver. Which is cool. But it's a lot of work for videos. I would like to do more of it. But it's always like just past the end of my list, if that makes sense. But Embassy is really cool. What was it? It's not device driver. It's let's look for Rust Week. Rust Week had a speaker on day 2 for the deep dive track. Device driver. This looks like a really cool project. Yeah, of course, searching for device driver is not going to get me. So this is a really cool project. And it's got a whole book and whatever. It's basically like, how do you write device drivers without needing to write 30,000 lines of code? There's a whole CLI. You end up, everything turns into writing YAML at the end of the day. But I would love to use this to set up a driver and then use that as the basis of a video. So maybe I'll get around to that. Maybe I won't. But there was this, there was what, Ariel OS, which I have no experience with Ariel. I have experience with Embassy. But Ariel is trying to be like a layer on top of Embassy, which is cool. Apparently they don't have any overhead if you don't use features. So like theoretically, this is as low usage as Embassy. And if you need the features, then you pay for the features that you use, which is really cool. And of course, there's Embassy, right? Which is really fun to work with, is the way I'll put it. You had an interview for an embedded systems job in Rust last week, but no news. Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, like, they could just be slow. They could still get back to you, but job searching is, or interviews in general, are really terrible. I feel like the industry at large doesn't understand how to interview people or even how to tell if somebody can do a job, which makes basically like all interviews really terrible and not actually interviews for skill. It's basically like, can you make the interviewer like you? See what else is going on here. Yeah, yada yada, themes, etc. Age does not help. Yeah, the industry definitely has a bias towards people that don't know that they're being used for things, is the way that I'll frame it. In Italy, you'd never hear back from an interview in less than a month. I feel like the majority of jobs that I've actually gotten, I do a lot of contract work these days, and I've been independent probably for more of my career than not. But I got jobs at different points for like Docker and Dropbox and other places like that. And I usually get the job offer within 2 weeks. which is unusual. It's very unusual. Especially when you hear, I guess, more about people like searching for months and months and months. Not in an interview, you can't, Roberto. That's an illegal question. I mean, if they want to answer in chat, that's fine. But yeah, you're still freelance, have been for 20 years, but you need a website or things like that. Yeah, having a website is really useful. My website is old. This website needs to be redone. I want to destroy most of it. I have a version of this somewhere on my computer, but I haven't finished it. I need to finish it up. But having a website is huge. One of the things that has always gotten me more work is in the past, things like Twitter. I don't use Twitter anymore because it's not useful anymore, and for other reasons. But things like Blue Sky are kind of kicking up. Being public in general, like even the YouTube videos that I do and stuff, right? Those are all on some level. You can think of them as marketing for new contracts and stuff. Yeah, interior of Brazil where there's no jobs, remote only. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Let's see. Game Jam rules, only submissions with Bevy Engine. Submissions must be made during the duration of the jam explicitly for the jam. I think this is the spirit of this is basically like, don't submit a game that you already built. Because you could very easily read this as like, I can't use third-party crates that are on crates.io if I've published them, but that's not true. The spirit of this is definitely like, don't make a game and then submit it to the jam like day one. You're allowed to reuse publicly available code, art, and sound assets, provided your overall contribution is novel. Publicly available is an interesting phrasing because that doesn't mean open source necessarily. Is publicly available mean that you can't pay for things? I actually don't know the answer to that. Yeah, absolutely. Legal right to use any assets. Pre-made assets that you use must be available for free at the time of the jam. This is the other thing. Pre-made assets. So one thing that I'm not sure about is the combination of publicly available sound assets and pre-made assets. This combination says to me something along the lines of like, anything that you use in audio must be a freely available sample, which means that, like, if you use Splice, for example, I don't want the payment stuff. I just want to look at the sounds. There we go. Like, Splice is, you know, like a sample catalog, more or less. So if I wanted to look like for a kick for a song or something, here's a bunch of kicks. Right, and I can be like, ah, yeah, there's a kick, and there's another kick. Oh, apparently I can't view two things. I have the app locally installed, but maybe there's a time or a cooldown or something. But yeah, by my read of this currently, that wouldn't be allowed, which is interesting. Teams are cool. Obviously, no discrimination. That would be awful. Submissions can be removed. Must follow the theme. We're pretty lenient about theme in general. But if you like, I don't know, if the theme is like pizza and you make something that is just completely unrelated to anything, it's going to be tough. And then hopefully have everything done before like the jam voting starts. Like have your itch page finalized. Technically, you're not supposed to be able to modify your itch page after voting starts. So if you're submitting, make sure that you get your stuff up on itch and that your page looks like you want it to before the jam ends. One thing that's kind of like it's not really there we go. We do mention it. Okay. Like it doesn't have to run on Wasm, but realistically, everybody that's playing the Game Jam games is going to play them in a browser. Significantly fewer people are going to download and play a game. So that generally means that submissions are locked to Wasm. But that's not technically true. If you were doing something that could only be done on native, you can submit that. You'll just probably have a harder time getting people to play it. And then voting game design, execution, graphics, and audio. I don't know if these got revised since last time. I wasn't paying all that close of attention to the voting criteria. I don't think these got revised. I think these are the same as last time. Winners can pick any 2 items from the old, currently closed Bevy merch store or the new, not yet opened Bevy merch store. That's funny. I wonder what that ends up actually being. Obviously, if I want Bevy merch, I just kind of make it myself and then wear it. As you can tell from the hat, but cool. So you can see that with the addition of fit canvas to window or whatever, that it fills up the entire window, which is cool. I think there's a checkbox on itch.io that you need to like let people actually full screen it. This is also one of the reasons that I would like more responsive stuff in the UI toolkit. I know there's people who are like, oh yeah, games don't need responsive UI, but if you look at the difference between what it looks like right now, which is like a full screen, right? And then the text is in like the bottom left and it's very small. Versus like if this was that canvas that we had earlier. Like the text size should probably change based on how big the window is. I don't know. I'm very much like, I have a history as a web dev. So when I think of UI, I think of all of the ways in which people use things that aren't the way that is perfect. You know, like if you do full screen 4K, cool, that's great. But even as simple as full screen, 1080, full screen 1440, those are different. Full screen Mac OS is a different pixel density. Especially if you're playing something in like a browser, that browser window is going to be able to resize. So like being able to modify the game so that it works at different sizes feels important in that sense. But yeah, I don't know. That's just like my opinion. Peking duck would be good merch and had to do at home. Also, you love it, your favorite dish. Like order Peking duck. I don't know that I've ever had it, if I'm being honest. We don't have any hover states for our buttons or whatever, which is fine. Not really too concerned about that. We could label these and do that. This could be, what is it? Like a main menu button or like, yeah, I don't know. Let's call it a main menu button. We'll derive component here. That's not what I should be doing. Main menu button. And then this is going to get used in a global observer. I think I wrote this generically recently. Yeah, I did write this generically recently. I wrote this generically recently for the inventory example. So let me go check that. Yada yada. This is what I was writing. This is basically add observer with a function that takes a generic and a color and does some stuff. And then this is update button color on. Can I not select this whole thing? Come on, GitHub. You can't extend selections on GitHub, apparently. And then this was doing background color. I think that we'll do text color here, probably. So this is not going to be background color. This is just going to be... Is it text color these days? Let's call this color, and then color dot zero equals, what is this? Whatever we passed in. Buttons, text color. What did I call this? Color. I called it color. That's why I shouldn't do that. Text color. Guess I'll leave the comment that I wrote for this code. Why not? Picking duck is seriously good. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong too. Yeah, a pain is so hard to prepare. Used to be only the emperors, and then only for special occasions like weddings. I don't even think I really know what it is. So the other thing here is the text color is going to have to be found by iterating descendants, because this trigger doesn't necessarily happen on the text. And we are doing trigger pointer E for this with buttons. If we can get a button, then do the thing. But this isn't what we want. We want, what's iter descendants these days? Iter descendants. Children, iter descendants. We have to query for children. Do we query for child of these days? Let's check the example. No, we can query for children still. Perfect. So we've got buttons that have things inside of them. We're going to have to update our text or our query signature here. So children dot iter descendants of trigger dot target, and then this is like for entity in this, do all of this stuff. If it doesn't exist, continue. If it does exist, then set the text color for this entity. So this isn't trigger target, this is entity. And then this should, with any luck, work. I feel like streaming actual like game development stuff, I want okay, so that clearly doesn't work. So really the question is why? And one of the answers could be put some logs in here. Entity for inner loop, info, continue, info, changing color. Again, for anybody that's just joining, we're just kind of futzing around before the jam starts. So I'm just kind of doing some random stuff. What's the key code for opening the dev tools? So we end up with a bunch of entity checks, but no change. Did I write my query wrong is a question that I have. I should get rid of some of these windows. Move this all the way over here. No, that's not the one I want. Move this. I have too many desktops. What am I doing? Where's my game? There we go. 1 hour to go. Also here now, it's Sunday. If it's Sunday by you, you must be Australia? New Zealand? Something like that? 9 a.m. You've got to be further than that, right? I forget what the time zone difference is. It's like 5 or 6 a.m. on Sunday. Starting the jam, Chris immediately gets lost in his workspaces. Yeah. Let's get rid of some of these desktops. Let's do that. Let's move. Let's get rid of Chris's habit of getting lost. Hey, look. Okay, this one won't move because I have too many desktops on my other monitor. That's what's happening here. That's what I should have done. If I wasn't running late, that's what I would have done. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this, get rid of that, and then move this. Haha. UGC +8 like Perth. Quite sure it's still Saturday in Europe. Yeah. Philippines. Yeah. Okay. 6 p.m. Sunday and here in Europe. Sunday. Really? Shouldn't it be Saturday? Time in UK. Let's do that. 5 p.m. in UK. 5 p.m. Saturday in the UK. The Amsterdam time zone flip really messed with me. Yeah, 6 p.m. in Amsterdam right now. So that's 9 hours ahead. That was tough for the trip. UK and Portugal are 1 hour off the rest of Europe. Is there a good BRP-based inspector now, or is Bevy Inspector eGUI still everyone's go-to? What do you think you'll use for the jam? Bevy Inspector eGUI is solid, and I know how it works, and that is almost certainly what I'm going to use. We can actually even set it up right now. Bevy Inspector eGUI. I think we also need to specify Bevy eGUI, but it'll warn us. There was a change in the way that Bevy eGUI or eGUI or something decided to handle things, and it wasn't my favorite. There's a toggle. Let's see, Bevy Inspector eGUI. World Inspector. This is the thing that we need. This little eGUI like extra plugin. But there is, I think, a special built-in version of the run. Let's see, crates, Inspector eGUI examples, integrations, quick, World Inspector, run if input toggle active. Yeah. I think input toggle active comes from, I guess that's in Bevy now. Okay, never mind. I feel like at one point it wasn't. I feel like at one point it was in Bevy Inspector eGUI, but maybe that was never true. Maybe it was in my mind all the time. And then this is default instead of new. So theoretically, that should give us an inspector. But yeah, you see how the number of dependencies jumps? Bevy Inspector eGUI brings in Bevy eGUI, which brings in eGUI, which brings in like 80 dependencies or something like that. I don't know. It's quite a bit. There's a plugin for VS Code that looks decent. There's actually 2 VS Code plugins. There's Splows and there's a different one that decided to take a slightly different approach. So there's at least 2 of them for VS Code. The one for NeoVim is a bit abandoned, so you're still using the inspector too. Yeah, I kind of just send requests directly at BRP if I'm trying to do something like that. The other thing is, like, I'm so used to not having it that The only times I really need it are when I'm not sure what the hierarchy looks like. Which is not very often anymore. It definitely used to be more often. Theme reveal in, yeah, almost exactly an hour. Timer should be down there on the bottom, over there, in that direction. That's a whole 60 minutes, yeah. I figure I start my stream at 8 a.m. my time anyway, so I figured I would just start it anyway. And if anybody had questions setting up their projects or whatever, we could handle those. And in the meantime, just kind of get some stuff going, so to speak. In the project right now, I have, let's see, Bevy and Bevy Seedling, which is why I have specified all of these features, because anytime you replace the audio in Bevy, cargo features are additive, and thus you need to specify everything. I'm doing web GPU at the moment. I think that using web GPU is going to be a good decision for me personally. I'm not really interested in working around WebGL2. Timer's 8 minutes late. Oh, that's because I was futzing with it, isn't it? Let me grab the grab this, copy that. 5:31:14. Count date. Let me grab everything after this, maybe. Paste that there to keep it. Look at this. This says, what's it, 9:09 right now. 9:09 then is 50 minutes. So we'll call it like 49:30 by the time I get the URL in place. Show minutes, show seconds. Shuffle duration. Okay. That's not even correct, is it? Oh, there it is. 49. 49:25. Nope, your stream is not delayed. It's me. I is good stream let's hope no big browser will break web GPU like Firefox did last year. What happened to Firefox last year? I don't remember. Let's see, Jam, yada yada yada. Cool. Cool. Yeah, so we've got Bevy with everything specified, web GPU. I don't want to deal with, yeah, Firefox web GPU on Linux is still not enabled by default. That's fine. Like, if Bevy related people can't figure out how to run web GPU, then I'll just take the hit on the votes. It's fine. I really do not have any interest in spending any more time trying to work around WebGL2 issues. Like, that just doesn't sound like a fun use of a week's worth of jam time to me. So I'll use WebGPU and I'll just suffer the consequences. That does mean that, like, it restricts a little bit of, not can I use RS? does mean it restricts a little bit. So like Chrome and Edge have it. Safari only has it in technical preview. Firefox only has it on nightly. Or not nightly necessarily, but there's no jam command. I should have a jam command, shouldn't I? That's the one that I forgot. Let me set that up. I can do that quickly. Add jam and jelly. YouTube message, okay. Actions, add jam. Core commands triggered jam. YouTube, send message. Where's the jam page? Jam page is here. Cool, that works now. Is there an easy way for you to see what the current top 5 themes are? You heard you talking about that earlier, but you missed what they were. They were posted in chat. I can maybe bring them up. Ah, perfect. Thank you. The other thing I can do is text. Jam themes. This is only going to be relevant for an hour, but it'll be fine. Post these. Put a couple of new lines in here. Hit OK. Wow, that is gigantic. That is... There's no issues with that at all, right? That's the way... That's the size everybody wants it. All right. Potential jam themes. I don't even know if y'all can read that because my preview is so small that I can't read it. So, but it's there now. Why did you think it was Sunday? I don't know. It happens. What do I think I'll be going for? You mean like for the jam? I don't know. I don't have I'm going to wait until the theme is actually announced. I think that the only theme that I don't know. Instructions unclear feels like a tough one. Trust me, I'm an engineer also feels like a tough one. Upgrade, chain reaction, and impending boom all feel a little bit direct. Like, upgrade, yeah, cool. So I'll make a roguelike or, you know, something like that. So I would like to come up with a better idea than that. But I also don't want to spend too much time coming up with ideas for jam themes that aren't gonna, you know, be used. Will you be vibe coding? No, that is not something that I do. I actively encourage against that, actually. Let's see, localhost 4000, refresh. Here's Bevy Inspector GUI. I didn't put any names on these buttons. I should do that. Most of them sound like synonyms. They pulled this off of Thesaurus. These are jam themes are submitted by the community. So if you are if you're in the Bevy Discord and you are in the jam theme voting channel, then you get the opportunity to put one suggestion for the Jam theme into that channel. And that's it. People just vote for the ones they want. You're seriously considering all 5 if you don't get tangled in being too noob with tile maps? You mean like doing a game for all 5? So like doing 5 games in the next week? Or like doing one game that covers them all? But yeah, the Jam themes are those came from different people. So that was 5 different people. Let's see, where's my buttons? Buttons. Name, new. Let's do like format. Text button. And then reloading the page should result in a working web server. There it is. And the thing I did that I forgot I did is I put them all inside of something. So unfortunately, like the Bevy Inspector eGUI UI scale is kind of awkward to work with, but these all have start button, options button, quit button on them now. So if we open that up, we end up with a node. That node should have the text color on it. If we change the text color, you can see it changing. So it just feels weird that we wouldn't be able to change the text color for those buttons. One game with all 5. If you go with one game that covers them all, we can gain 40 minutes. Yes, that is true. I can't. Well, okay. So a infinite runner that has roguelike elements for upgrades and requires you to chain upgrades together or chain things together as you progress. And then the instructions for how to play the game are going to be unclear. The arrows are going to point in the wrong direction and everything. And then, I don't know. Trust me, I'm an engineer. I don't know how to do that one. Maybe everything's broken. You're an engineer working on a mega particle accelerator. Suddenly you realize a chain reaction is making the whole system unstable. You've got 1 hour to complete a critical upgrade or boom, everything goes up. Problem is, the upgrade instructions are a mess. You'll need to hunt down older versions to figure out how to save the day. Nice. Nothing like just slamming them all together. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the let's see. I feel like upgrade is really easily interpreted as like typical game upgrades, like upgrade your gun, upgrade your thing, upgrade whatever. And I feel like I would be disappointed in myself if I went with that approach. Maybe a game that was only about upgrading stuff. I don't know. I feel like upgrading is like every game ever. Is it what in what game do you not upgrade stuff? Because like even the invincibility in Pac-Man can be considered an upgrade, right? Or like your speed increasing could be considered an upgrade. Just make a fourth interpreter. Chain reaction. Chain reaction. I feel like if chain reaction gets picked, we're going to end up with a bunch of Balatro clones. But maybe there's other ways that people are interpreting that. Some walking simulators. There's always a walking simulator in the entries, for sure. I think a walking simulator that used a lot of the new 3D stuff could look really good. Upgrading living conditions, upgrading brain. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like trust me, I'm an engineer leans me towards some kind of like architectural building thing. Like place blocks down and then have something work on top of that. Anyone remember the Half-Life map with the base and the button? Everyone had to get into the base before the bomb drops. Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts. You think Upgrade is going to be Vampire Survivor clones? Yeah. Joe-Kazooie nuts and bolts. Is that the name of a sequel? It is. Oh, is that like you have to build vehicles out of stuff? Interesting. Yeah, very much like Legend of Zelda put things together vibes. I don't know. Bad piggies. You may have caused a major powder outage, but trust me, I'm an engineer. I know what I'm doing. Start button. Did I make this query wrong? Text color with, with button. That's the problem. Duh. Let's just leave it text color then. That's not entirely good. Let's do a different button query. So we'll do query button. Because we don't care about these. So it's going to be with button and with. Did we call this main menu button? Yeah, main menu button. Both of these aren't necessary, but you know. So this query then tells us whether we have a button. And this query gives us the texts or the text colors or whatever. This doesn't have the right set of brackets. Cool. So this is buttons. Let what some button entity equal or some button equals buttons.get trigger.target else continue else return. So we're just doing a little guard here. Basically, this returns a result, so we'll do that. Basically, if this is a button, then we can continue with the rest of the logic and try to actually find the text color below it. If not, then we can't. Upgrade European power infrastructure. We still don't have a cause, right? In your opinion, it was poorly tested software. Oh, was there an issue with the European power stuff lately? I missed that one. There we go. So now we've got different colors here. I think we should probably not have a quit button for a game that is running in a web context. That feels good. Let's see, Slate 400. Let's do Slate 50. No, let's do over out pressed released. And then over, yeah, fine, Slate 400 or whatever. We can make this a color too. I don't think it really matters all that much. Not familiar with the situation there, but you work in the industry. Spanish mishap might have caused a blackout in Spain, Portugal, and most of France. Oh, wow. That's that seems big. In France, it was minor, only some parts. Yeah. There we go. So now we have hover colors, we have click colors, whatever. These don't do anything yet. Let's make them do something. Start, next state, app state, playing. Do I have all of this stuff state scoped? I do not. So the main menu needs to be state scoped to something. Let's state scope it to... What are our states? Our states are... Here's main menu. Let's state scope it to main menu. And this, I think, is all of the UI, which is really nice. So we just get that one clean. I don't know what I'm going to do with the camera here. I don't know what kind of game we're going to make yet. So I'm not really worried about the camera stuff. God, I'm absolutely going to need more water. I gotta refresh, hit start. Is something going wrong here? Dev tools, Command Shift I is what it is. Info, let's get rid of some of these. These are no longer relevant. And then yada yada, spawn main menu. Hopefully this is in, yeah, on enter main menu, spawn main menu. State scoped for main menu. I haven't enabled this for app state. What is it? I can never remember scoped entities. I can never remember what this is. Scoped entities. In 2003, a fallen tree on the border of France and Italy caused a power loss in the whole country for 6 to 24 hours, depending on the Italian region. Wow. Oh, did somebody just ask about UI stuff? I missed that. What lib are you using for UI? Yeah, Bevy UI. Absolutely. I would start with Bevy UI. If you end up having issues with Bevy UI in the sense that like you've used it, you've tried to get it to do what you want, and you can't get it to do what you want, then start looking for other things or like using eGUI or whatever. But Bevy UI is if you plan on working on Bevy stuff for a long period of time, Bevy UI is the most consistent, like it will still work in the next version kind of UI library. Thanks for dropping knowledge loot boxes weekly for us, Chris. Hopefully nobody's paying for those. Do you have any recommendations for how you can learn some fundamentals that would allow you to understand how to use Avian? How to use Avian, I would go for the examples. I would check out some of the basics. I would start Googling some of the words. Let's see, GitHub, John Dolph, Avian examples. So Avian 3D has a bunch of examples here, right? I think that there is some really interesting stuff, like this conveyor belt example is really interesting, but maybe a little bit advanced, like it has collision hooks and whatever. Some of the more simple stuff is probably just going to be like cubes. I think these are just cubes that are dropped onto a plane. You can start to get an idea of what it means to have a rigid body and whatnot. Movement acceleration isn't built in, right? This is... Yeah, okay, not built in. Cool. The examples are where I would start for either 2D or 3D, or both, actually. There's a lot here. You can definitely go as deep or as shallow as you want to. You hacked together a basic character controller with Avian and even got it to interact properly with dynamic bodies. Sweet. I assume you mean like a kinematic character controller? Yeah. I assume that's what you mean. But yeah, that's where I would get started. There's no like Avian course. And if you start looking for other examples, it's kind of hard to Google for stuff. So I would start with the examples and then dig in from there. Was in your stream and decided to make your own? Nice. That's awesome. That kinematic character controller working group for Avian has slowed down a little bit. Haven't seen all that much activity in there over the last week or two. Really since the Rust conference. Ooh, the theme selection was made, but not announced yet. So they've rolled the theoretical dice. But yeah, there's no... Man, I wish I had a better answer. You could look at other things, like Box 2D has a bunch of stuff, and et cetera, but like... Realistically, it's going to be look through the examples. When you see something that you don't realize, Google it. So like if you were going to like look at rigid bodies and you're like, I don't know what a kinematic versus a dynamic rigid body is. Those have explanations. Like there's a bunch of opinions on the internet. That is something you can search for. But like how do I physics is too broad. And there's no like Avian course, you know? So yeah. Kinematics, motion and speed only. Motion and speed only. Like, in the sense that you have to manually code the interaction with other physics objects. I don't know. I don't love that explanation because like it affects dynamic bodies. Like a kinematic rigid body will have an effect on a dynamic rigid body, but a dynamic rigid body will not be able to push a kinematic rigid body. Avian makes it a lot simpler by being a tight fit with Bevy. You tried another lib a couple years ago, not being tied to the ECS made everything at least 2 times as painful. Yeah, I could see that. Trust you, you're an engineer. Yeah, kinematic rigid bodies effectively have infinite mass. Cinematics, black bars and good shots only. I think that neither of those things are required for cinematics, but yeah. Oh, right. Scoped entities. What the hell is this macro called? There's a function we can call on app that has existed forever, but like I'm 99% sure we have a macro for this, and I couldn't tell you ever what it is. Let's see. Scoped entities, maybe? Enable state scoped entities. Scoped entities. There we go. State scoped entities are now enabled by default. Are they? Was this new? 5 days ago. Okay. All right. All right. This is new release notes. We're looking at 0.17 here. But this is the macro. The macro is scoped entities. I always forget what this attribute macro is called, and for some reason, the way my brain works and due to everything, I can never find this specific attribute macro in the docs. But I do know it exists. All right, so we hit start, and then the menu goes away, which means we're in the playing state, which is perfect, because that sets us up for now we have a game that is effectively playing or whatever. We could also do a cargo build just in case we wanted to do like a native build. This will do a full rebuild though. Or not a rebuild, but let's do a Bevy build. Stick to the Bevy CLI. I'm going to try to keep doing stuff in WASM so that I know that I didn't break anything in WASM. But it can still be useful to have like a native version ready to go. They're just different sets of dependencies means that they will rebuild and be, different. Does sub-second work with WASM? No, it does not. So if you're going to use sub-second, which is Bevy simple sub-second, which there's a command for in chat, exclamation point sub-second will get you this URL. Very cool. Very, very, very cool. Does hot reloading of like actual Rust code, but only works natively. Does not work in WASM. So, also comes with some other restrictions. Like you can't use a lib.rs right now with sub-second. You can't use a cargo workspace with sub-second either. It only works in the root crate, which in this case would be like the main.rs, the binary crate, because you're trying to ship, a binary. I see Lond has forked and made their way into the install instructions. Let's see, what do we have? Impending boom, instructions unclear, chain reaction upgrade, and trust me, I'm an engineer. I don't even know which one I'm hoping to get. See, is there anything else that I should set up before we get like into actually doing stuff? Noise is a cool new crate. I don't know enough about noise. Maybe we should look at the noise docs. Nope, not what I meant. Rust. Noise, Noiz, not Noise, which is a different noise library. Noiz is a new noise library built by somebody who intends to use it with Bevy stuff. It seems really cool. I haven't used it all that much lately. It has some nice quality of life issue, or not quality of life issues, quality of life fixes, like it'll change the seed for your noise automatically between octaves. And if you don't know what an octave is, basically noise function is like a single function, like a sine wave or something. So in the same way that you can have like a fast Fourier transform or whatever with like a bajillion sine waves combined into something that looks like an audio wave, you can have noise that combines all of those octaves, they're called, into a larger, more interesting noise function. What's the best public repo for a late stage Bevy architecture? A late stage Bevy architecture. I think I've answered this question before, and really my answer is at any given time, you will find maybe a Bevy application that has like a late stage architecture from 3 or 4 versions ago. You never really find that for the current version of Bevy. And there's a reason for that. The reason is that all of the decisions for, you know, like a late stage Bevy application have to be made over a long period of time. So if you built your game on 0.12, you would have a late stage Bevy architecture right now. But if you built your game on 0.15 or 0.16, you really don't have one yet. Like, you've only been working on your game for 3 months or less, you know? So it's tough to say that, like, here's a late stage Bevy architecture, because you can kind of say, like, here's stuff that people have built for a version from 0.12 ago. But yeah, your 0.16 is getting wild. I mean, you can go look at the Bevy New 2D or Foxtrot. I wouldn't call them late stage architectures by any means, but they do have opinions about how to structure stuff. So Bevy New 2D is from the Bevy flock from the, I guess it was originally the Bevy Jam 5 working group. And then there's Foxtrot, Rust, GitHub. Foxtrot is Jan's like starter template repo. Which also has opinions about how to do things. I wouldn't consider each of those late stage, because they're both meant to be the starting point. You know, like it's hard to say that these are late stage at all. There are some open source games out there that you could look at, but at the same time, none of them are architecture examples. You know? So what you're getting is basically just like the decisions people have made arbitrarily while they've built a thing. Which isn't necessarily the best learning material. But yeah. What are you having trouble with? with your kind of like application. Like how many lines of code is your application? What are you currently doing, etc. I don't know how to pronounce that. Paseshka magic formula tire road interaction model is needed. You can help. You think? Paseshka tire model. I've never seen this before. Calculates the Paseshka tire model. Calculates lateral force and aligning torque based on slip angle and longitudinal force based on percentage longitudinal slip. Interesting. So this is applicable to drifting? Relations introduce totally new opportunities about how to manage your entities. It's going to change how people approach building stuff with Bevy. You'll refactor at least 2 projects to use them. Yes, absolutely. I think there were, I'm going to save this paper to read. I don't want to save it to character controller. Just save it to the library. I'm going to read this, check this out at some point. Building a car character controller would be cool at some point. I don't think. Yeah, tire operating at a slip angle implies. This looks to me very much like making a turn, like the lateral force is the centrifugal force of having made a turn, and thus you are trying to move in a direction, but also having that force. That like sliding force affected on you. I don't know if this is true. I'm just, you know. Yeah, relations are cool. You think you need to check how to maybe support that in Skeen unless somebody else is also interested. Yeah, how to support that in Skeen is an open question. Absolutely. The TLDR for how I think it's going to happen is when you load a GLTF, it will load a scene. We can then, because I think one of the things that we need to do is post-process the entire scene once to get the references for all of the things. Because the problem here is twofold. One is that if you have a bunch of objects in a GLTF file, you don't have unique identifiers for any of them, right? You can kind of construct something that is somewhat like a unique identifier, but we don't actually have unique identifiers. You can have 2 things named cube, for example, and so on and so forth. So like you have to figure out how to reference things at all, which is not a GLTF spec thing. That means that probably one of the things that we would need to do is inside of Skeen, like assign UUIDs to objects. And then once we have IDs to put on things, then one of the things we could do later when we're spawning or loading a GLTF, a scene has its own world. So if we push everything, right now everything's an on observer on add, like component hook effectively or observer. If we take all of that and we push it into the scene world at GLTF loading time, then we can modify that scene world in a single pass and take those IDs and create the relationships out of them. There's a couple of technical challenges here, especially like when you think about relationships in Bevy, you are effectively saying that you're going to support entities, right? So the question becomes, like, you can create arbitrary entity IDs inside of Blender, but then you need to know that they're fake so that when you create the scenes and stuff, you can translate them into something that is actually real. And that real entity ID doesn't actually exist until the scene is actually spawned and put together. So we've got some like ordering constraints here in the way that things need to be set up. We need unique identifiers for things as much as we can get them beforehand. The entities need to be created and we need to get those IDs. Then we need to do a full pass to translate our IDs into the actual entity IDs. And we could do that in scene instance ready as a prototype. But what would probably be better is taking all of that and pushing it into GLTF asset loading time, and then going into the scene that is created from the GLTF loaded scene and modifying those things in a single pass. Thus, when you actually go to spawn a scene, all of the components that you expect to be there are already there, and all of the relationships are already there. And then everything fires as normal when you instantiate the scene, and the scene has been modified ahead of time. So one of the things I'm trying to avoid doing with Skeen is like creating an alternative GLTF asset loader. But even if you do it in the asset loader, you still have the same problem. So like fundamentally where it happens isn't necessarily an issue, because if you're constructing the scene incrementally, relationships have to get applied afterwards, right? Because you can't insert a relationship that points at an entity that doesn't exist. So the scene needs to be fully constructed, and then we need to do another pass to insert the relationships. Or we could do something fancier and like make sure that things are only created, you know, whatever. But like honestly, people can do loops, right? There's nothing to say that somebody has a like a parent-child, for example, and they have two custom relationships, and one is the child pointing to the parent, and one is the parent pointing to the child. And then what do? You have effectively like a weird cycle where you can't do that. Like if you create the parent and try to create all the stuff first, and then create the child and try to create all the stuff, it just gets a little weird. So anyway, I have put thought into this. I would love to see any prototype code. If you want to work on it, that would be totally cool. But it is not a simple problem, I don't think. And the thing that I'm very concerned about is making sure that whatever solution we choose for that is a solution that we can maintain and upgrade to the next version of Bevy. So it's very important to me to not just throw anything at the wall, but make sure that whatever we do is well documented. Yeah, if you need help with the Blender part, that's fine. We still need a way to do it. We still need the Rust code to be written, right? So we've got about 3 minutes. I'm going to fill my water. And I'll be back before the theme is revealed. And I'll leave the timer up here so that y'all can enjoy the countdown. That was perfect timing. That was at 0 on the stream countdown. I'm counting the stream countdown, not the website. All right, refresh the page. Did we put it up or did we just hit the announcement channel? Oh, we've got seedling mentioned. Sweet. Chain reaction. We've got chain reaction. Underflow on the counter, yeah. Well, I like once the counter's done, it's done, right? Like it. There was a tarot reading. Is this actually? That's really funny. If you are in the Bevy, let's see, can I get this URL? Let's click this URL. Let's see, youtube.com watch V equals AWH. Hopefully this doesn't, I'm sure this is fine. To VVRRNU. And then, I don't know if this audio is going to come through. I don't even know if there is audio. Is a 10-minute video? We're not going to watch 10 minutes of this. It's scary as hell. This is the first game jam you'll ever participate in. Nice. Congrats. That's awesome. I don't know if this is even coming through audio-wise, but... We're not going to watch the whole thing. I'll let you watch it on your own if you want to. But this is effectively a tarot reading to pick the jam theme. Did they show it? Anyway. yeah, no sound. I think it's a 10-minute video. I can't, we're not going to watch the 10-minute video. But if you want to go into the Bevy Jam, or the Bevy Discord in the announcements channel, the video is linked. Time to build a nuclear reactor simulator. Gameplay, balancing, cooling, and stuff. Cool. So chain reaction. What do we do for chain reaction? My obvious thought to start with is chain lightning or something to do with chain lightning. Or this is either going to be like a great opportunity for incremental games. In which case we need to build up some kind of chain reaction-ish kind of thing. I think it could be hard to balance an incremental game in the time that we have. I was kind of hoping to do something 3D. But I think all of the things that I can come up with for incremental games would be 2D. Let's see. Incremental games, chain lightning, butterfly effect. I don't know how I would turn a butterfly effect into a game that was easily understood. I think that even the movie called The Butterfly Effect was not well received in terms of, I guess media literacy might be the approach, the thing to say. For the nuclear stuff, you're useless. You pretty much forgot everything you learned at college on this. That's fine. We wouldn't need to We wouldn't need to actually build a real nuclear reactor. I'm sure somebody else can build a nuclear atom splitting incremental game better than I can. Let's see, chain reaction. What else do we have here? Mountain biking, chains, okay. Energy project. Is that who I think it is in that? Yes, perfect. I don't want an ad, yo. All right, whatever. We just won't look at that page. Keanu Reeves and Morgan Freeman and Rachel Weisz. I feel like that's a movie I should have watched. Let's see, like Domino, not Dominoes, but how do you say it? Like Domino Towers. I can't think of the right word for that. Let's see. What about splitting the human body into body parts, and then to organs to atoms, and the last stage is just a nuclear explosion? Is that what you're gonna do? That's funny. Chain reaction is submitted to every jam. Let's see. What else? I feel like an incremental game is probably solid. Yeah, theme announced. It's chain reaction. Theme announced. Goldberg machine. Rube Goldberg machine. Oh, that would be funny. I don't know how you would do that. Like maybe you have to build the Rube Goldberg machine out of like random stuff, but then we have to have a whole ton of assets, and I don't like that idea. I don't like anything that requires like a whole bunch of artwork, like Dominoes and Avian. What is pushover? I've never heard of pushover. DOS? Pushover DOS. Oh, this is like Dominoes, isn't it? Do we get to just see this? JS DOS, perfect. So many ads. Mounting push.exe. Oh. It's good that y'all don't have the audio, if y'all don't have the audio. Okay, let's make this full screen. This is... $92. You can't even skip the intro. Theme for new people, chain reaction. Yes. Yes. We can put that actually on the let's get rid of the countdown. Countdown gone. We'll just move this over here. And I will say chain reaction. Ta-da. Yeah, I'm just letting the intro run because I can't skip it. So I decided to modify the OBS scene while we were waiting for it. Wait, how do I put it down? Oh no. Uh, oh, there we go. I definitely just failed, whatever this is. How do I push? It's not happy with me. Game is controlled by keys that are played under MS-DOS for full screen. I don't know. Oh, there's a button. So a bunch of different dominoes, basically. Okay, so I can pick them up and put them down, but I can't do anything else. I got nothing, unfortunately. Oh, is that a push? Are we pushing? Spacebar? No. Right? Left? No. WASD? Z? Push? Really struggling here. I just want to see it push the thing. All right. I'm going to watch somebody else play it. Oh, that is a really long intro. Okay, here's the level I just failed at completely. So it's just a bunch of puzzles. And all the little blocks do different things, and you have to place them in different places. Just push your whole keyboard. I promise you I was pushing my whole keyboard. Just made you a huge domino chain in Blender with Scheme, and players spawn randomly and needs to stop it from reaching the goal. I think there needs to be something a little bit more. With recipes like Minecraft, instructions unclear. Yes, there we go. Pushover would have fit for instructions unclear. So dominoes are a possibility. We could do like 3D domino chains. That would work. I guess that's kind of like a puzzle game at that point. I think it's worth spending a little bit of time figuring out like what the game is going to be before just diving in and building things. The kind of like atoms, like atoms building up into things for like an incremental game feels interesting. There's also like chain reactions in terms of like Tetris clears, or that's not incremental. Tetris clears or Balatro. There's like ability stuff like chain lightning, right? Like some kind of like I guess this isn't really like, where's the reaction part if you're just chaining lightning around like from pole to pole or something. I think butterfly effect is potentially too hard. All of the things that I can think of for like butterfly effect stuff are like, if you make a change early on, it affects a lot of the stuff later on. Um, and I think it would be really tough to balance something like that, where if you had, let's say you had like the starting point and then like this tree of possibilities or whatever, if you make a mistake at any given point, like how do you fix that? And that feels a little bit weird. So I think this is not going to be the topic. Chain reactions. Bikes have chains. Avoid getting doored. Hitting pothole, etc. Like a bike game where you're riding in a city and random doors open in front of you and you have to react to it. 2D platformer, player has a chain as a weapon, like Street Fighter. I guess that's also like Metroid too, right? Like that little whippy thing. Or also Spelunky with the little whip. Epilepsy is a chain reaction of neuron excitation, so maybe not epilepsy specifically, but something to do with like building energy. Right? I feel like this fits into a whole bunch of things. I guess this is really what these are, right? I still have this infinite runner in my head. Where like chaining perfect landings together would do a bunch of stuff or make you go faster, etc. A firefighting cellular automata game could work. Yeah, like a damage that spreads kind of thing. I could see fire being one of those because if a fire hits like a barrel, then the barrel blows up and it creates more fire, then the fire goes to more barrels, and then you're like firefighting it somehow. It's an interesting idea. And then you could also do that for like electricity and stuff. Control room for a nuclear power plant. I just don't know anything about nuclear power. Like, if I was going to do a control room for a nuclear power plant, I know absolutely nothing about like how a nuclear power plant like operates. You need to control rods to control the reaction and so on. Yeah, but I don't know why rods are used, you know? Like controlling the rate of fission of nuclear fuel. Cool. I think I would need to do some research here. Controlling reactions feels interesting in the sense of like, don't let certain chemical elements collide too much or it'll, you know, like blow up. It's all about inserting rods, isn't everything? Yeah, like picking up rods and putting them down, or like, y'all know those games where like a bunch of things are bouncing and you need to draw lines between them? I feel like something like that, where you're inserting kind of like rods, top and bottom and side and stuff. And you're kind of like blocking and freeing different elements so that they would combine. I feel like that's a strong concept. I just don't know enough about how elements combine to pull it off. I would have to do some research. Or make something up completely. Something where you have to defuse all the bombs. But how is that a chain reaction? Right? A snake clone, but instead of a snake, it's a chain, and the levels are a series of gears that you have to connect with and make all of them turn at once in order to complete the level. Interesting puzzle level. And then it's kind of like you can't cross your own snake body. I guess that covers the chain part, but what's the reaction part? Right? The snake can be a chain for sure. But then what is there like a reaction? There's no like chain reaction, you know? Or something like this game mode in Burnout where you have to make as big of an accident as possible. Yeah. I've played that before. It's kind of like Crazy Taxi for crashes, right? Like have as many close calls as possible, and then you get points. Make it like 2048, similar to Fruit Drop game. Drop atoms into a container and they combine to form bigger and bigger atoms. Yeah, I think with atom stuff, it's a good base idea, but I would need to deviate from atoms. Right? Like I don't know enough about how to construct chain reactions from real materials or real elements. So I would have to make up like red mixes with blue and makes too many greens or like that kind of thing, you know? Which may also turn into like a better rule set anyway, but the gears all turning cause a door to unlock. That's a reaction of sorts, right? Yeah, I mean, you have no idea how it actually works either, but you saw a simulation somewhere and it seemed to fit the topic. You mean like atoms? And obtanium is cooler than plutonium anyway. Yeah. How do you make whatchamacallit? Adamantium. Hmm. couple of decent ideas. I think that the thing I'm looking for is something that can fit into a very small game loop, and can feel good. So like two atoms combining with a little pop sound, could feel really good, right? And then if you have two atoms or like 20 atoms combining with little pop sounds, you get like that little dopamine hit from like having a lot of things happen. I don't know what that would do to the audio engine. So like TBD on whether that would actually work or not. I haven't worked with Bevy Seedling all that much yet, so I don't know what it can actually handle. Maybe a game about climate change. There's a world map and the player has to keep the temperature bar low by fixing random events on the map with the right tools. Tasks to be stop fire, spread a burning forest, clean up waste, or something like that. Yeah, so like something along the lines of like Sim City. But like the higher the temperature bar goes up, the worse the events get. I'll call that Sim City climate disaster. See, so we've got a puzzle game. We've got potentially incremental games. I think chaining the idea of like generally speaking chaining a success. Like one of the things people really like about Balatro is the way that the cards play off each other to create those kind of jackpots and whatever. Not a huge fan of like gambling adjacent stuff in general, but that kind of like putting a bunch of cards in and see the number go up is really something people like a lot. Similarly, like if you can chain together Tetris clears, then like not Tetris specifically because it's tough to chain Tetris clears. But like all the fruit drop games where something pops and then a bunch of stuff falls and then more stuff pops, like that kind of thing. If we were going to do an infinite runner, I feel like I have a pretty good idea of how to create like an infinite runner. Is landing repeatedly with perfect landings like enough of a game to fit chain reaction? Candy Crush with atoms. Atom Crush. Let's see. Crazy Taxi for crashes. We would have to build that car that we were talking about earlier. I feel like Crazy Taxi is a little bit too close to a jam entry from last jam. So I think I'm going to veto it just out of that. There was a game jam or a jam game from Bevy Jam 5. Submissions, Crazy Bike. And this is like, it's not really Crazy Taxi, but it is pretty close. This isn't going to load, is it? So like it's fine as an idea, but it just feels very similar to something that was very recent. Submitted 8 minutes before the deadline. Come on, Jan. This one was also interesting. This one was an incremental game that kind of does something pretty similar to what a chain reaction might do. In this case, it's just like placing these and the thing goes around, and every time it hits them, it generates $1 or whatever, and you can add a socket and whatever, and you could totally turn this into something that like was something a little bit similar to atoms and stuff. I don't want to do anything that's too close to something that was already done. This one would have been good for impending boom, now that I think about it. This one was a basically like a jump to the next ring kind of thing. I don't remember which. Yeah, spacebar. So it's like jump, yada yada. There's some audio and stuff too. So like simple games with like a single mechanic, definitely what I'm looking for here. I feel like Domino Chains is a puzzle game. I don't see how I could make that into something that would be like not a puzzle game. And I don't think I want to make a puzzle game. I think I'm going to avoid a bike game for a similar reason to the other game. How about your fighter doing control burns for a forest? You need to create a border and control the fire spread within the area. Yeah, I guess there's like some element of chain reaction to that. I feel like we would need... Like, there's definitely a spread, but like, is it a chain reaction? Chain reaction makes me feel like it's more exponential. And I'm not sure how exponential fire burns are. In which the products themselves promote or spread the reaction. So a fire will kind of burn itself out eventually, right? Like a fire doesn't create more fire is one thing. Rube Goldberg machine. Yeah, it's come up came up earlier too. Under certain conditions, it may accelerate dramatically. I feel like the dramatic acceleration is going to be the like the interesting part here. I feel like there's a bunch of good ideas, but which one do I actually want to move forward with? I feel like I might have the most fun doing like an infinite runner where you have to like hit rings and hit perfect landings and stuff. So maybe an infinite runner where the time left that you have is added to for every good landing that you have, every ring that you hit, that kind of thing. Physics game, 3D, play marbles, lots of chain reactions, shooting marbles out of the ring. Yeah, like one marble hitting a bunch of other marbles, hitting a bunch of other marbles and whatnot. It's kind of a short chain reaction though, right? So the marbles would have to like explode and stuff. Hmm. So if you had like a set of spheres in some capacity, and then you were able to shoot spheres in somehow, each of them kind of like had a certain kind of status. So you would have to um, maybe hit them once or twice to make them do the thing that they were going to do. But if you did hit them, then maybe they would spawn more marbles, or blow up or do another thing. I feel like it's really easy to just be like the marble hits the other marble and generates 4 more marbles. But that doesn't sound particularly fun. Like there has to be some player choice in it. You think about joining the jam, got an idea controlling the rods of a nuclear power plant to avoid an overreaction? Sweet. That's great. Do it. Time for you to sleep on it and hopefully get some good ideas. You might go with your initial idea with all 5 themes, a fusion reactor to keep running maybe. Happy jamming. Nice. Curious to see what you get up to, Roberto. Have a good sleep as well. I don't think we need 3D modeling for like an infinite runner. Not much anyway. That would also allow us to use the noise crate, which would be interesting. The other thing that would be interesting is that could potentially be like GPU generated meshes. So like CPU side, we could do wherever you happen to be raycast down and get the value of whatever you like hit at a certain level, or like sorry, not raycast down, but because you wouldn't need to do that, but just take the world position and throw it into the noise algorithm. I think the hard part would be syncing the noise algorithm between the GPU and the CPU. We probably wouldn't be generating enough for it to really matter. And we could generate it in chunks anyway. Which would be a good continuation of that series that we didn't finish. And then if it turned out to be slow for whatever reason, we could definitely like try to push it onto the GPU or whatever. I feel like we could do mesh sampling to place trees and stuff like that, which would be interesting. So we would do noise for noise for level layout, mesh sampling from Bevy for placing obstacles. Chain reaction would be like chaining together perfect landings and put rings in the sky for like additional stuff. Maybe you have a countdown timer, so it's like how far can you go? So the difficulty just ramps up over time, which means basically just modifying the noise algorithm over time, and then I think it would be really important to like emphasize the number of perfect landings in a row that you had. So there could be specific power-ups that only trigger if you had like 3 perfect landings in a row. So like plus X boost if you land 3 times in a row in perfect. I mean, that all feels pretty reasonable, honestly. It may just be that I played too much Haste this week and that is just sticking in my mind. But man, my throat's really bugging me today. I think it would be fun to build, though. I think I would be happy having built it. So I think I'm going to start with that. And then, worst case scenario, I can always put some thought into it later today. And if I come up with something else, we can modify it tomorrow. But I want to get something started. So let's start with the Infinite Runner. What is this? Get rid of that. Dang. Really bad today. Okay. Bevy run. Or just run. We will need to work with some noise at some point. I think we'll start off with CPU generated meshes, maybe. We're going to start with flat meshes, actually. We're going to start with panels of planes, is what we're going to start with. So we got this. We can hit start. We have the playing state. The playing state is just going to be... It's going to be hilarious that I'm not actually using Skeen for this, but we'll use Skeen for like modeling and stuff. Let's do pub mod. Let's not do pub mod. Let's just do librs. We need, well, let's do pub mod playing. And this will be kind of like our entry point to like our gameplay. Bevy prelude star, pub struct, playing plugin. So then we've got app. We're going to have like add systems, update, or not update, on enter, app state, playing, start playing, and then another one that's like add systems on exit, app state playing. Pull this in from crate. These both need to exist. Which template did you end up starting off with? I didn't. I built my own stuff. This is just a bunch of stuff that I slapped together. More than any template. I did a Bevy new, and I just started throwing stuff in that I wanted to use. Skeen is in here, even though we might not use it all that much. Bevy enhanced input we are definitely going to use. Bevy asset loader we may or may not take full advantage of. Bevy asset loader will definitely work for audio stuff. Like we definitely want to preload audio so that it's ready and not crackly when we try to play it. Progress, just in case stuff loads slow on Wasm, I want to be able to show progress. So that's why that's there. Kinetoscope, for like an intro splash screen. Seedling is the audio stuff. And then noise we'll use for our plane deformations and stuff. Let's see. MC Bernie says something like every ring gets a power up, like more speed, but more speed means more difficult means more points, and so on. Like this kind of reaction. Yeah, like that kind of thing. Like the like there's going to be kind of like a base speed that you move at, and the way to get faster is going to be chaining perfect landings together or hitting these like yeah, technically Bevy new minimal. Yeah, you're right, actually. Think about it. Which is just like app new whatever. Hukasu says something related to the Demon Core. That's funny. I think a lot of people are going to immediately reach for nuclear. I think something that could be really cool for an infinite runner is like if you hit a certain speed, like the level changes in the same way that like in Mario Kart, if you get a star and you go invincible or whatever you want to call it, like the gameplay changes. So like the goal would be you have basically this like sine wave, right? Where you're trying to constantly hit perfects every time. And then you have your speed, and your speed basically has like a base level speed, and you don't have like a sprint button or anything. So the only way to gain more speed is by hitting perfects or getting rings or something like that. Or getting other upgrades during your run. And then if you can hit a certain level and sustain it, then suddenly things get more intense. So if you can chain together enough stuff, then the reaction is that you end up with like a superstar power kind of thing. It's going to be a big... I feel like it's going to be a pretty well scoped project, but it's also going to be quite a bit. So start playing is obviously going to be like mute commands. We're going to start off with like really simple stuff, right? We're going to start off with like what? A plain 3D of some kind and also a player. So this is going to be like player. Let's get the, because I can never remember off the top of my head. I'm going to go check the examples, go to 3D, go to 3D shapes, and grab meshes and materials. We don't really need images, so I'm just going to comment it out. Maybe we do use it. Maybe we don't. Struct player as the component. Do we have avian in here already? I don't even remember. I don't think I did anything with avian. So I feel like I want to use avian because the controller is going to be fairly simple, right? The This isn't going to be like a 3D platformer Mario level controller, so we're not going to need to implement a whole bunch of kinematic stuff. And when it comes to the actual plane that we're landing on, I think that not necessarily even doing a raycast, but using the noise values to control how low you can go is how we're going to do that. We can definitely do that with a dynamic character controller by default. But I know that when we land, we're going to want to modify velocity based on some vectors. So I feel like a kinematic character controller is going to be the way to go. We'll see. I haven't implemented anything yet. Physics plugins default, right? And then we end up with cuboid, cone. I'm going to want to make a character at some point. So I want to try to leave space for time to do that. Steal this and do mesh 3D. What is it? Material. Is it mesh 3D material or is it mesh material 3D? I'm never good at remembering this. Mesh material 3D, which will all be like standard materials. So we don't really even need to worry about this. Let's do materials.add standard material. I guess default. We don't really care at the moment. This is going to spawn at a transform from XYZ. Like 0, I don't know, 1, 0. Let's do like 0.2 or something. I don't know. Do you plan on using Rapier? No, I plan on using Avian. Nothing against Rapier. I just prefer Avian in my projects. Did I not install Avian? Right, because I didn't know if I was going to use it. So cargo add Avian. And we'll get that compiling again. And in the meantime, we will... This should come from the prelude, I think. Use Avian 3D prelude star. So we end up with a player, which is a capsule for us. We don't have any, how do I say this? We don't have any physics or anything, so that's fine. This is going to be a plane. So plane 3D. Is there a plane in here that I can just copy? So plane, yada, yada, subdivisions. I think this is good for us because we're going to want to modify it, and we're basically going to do the same thing. There's a video series on the channel for like doing landscape deformation. And that's effectively exactly what we're going to do here. We're going to create the plane. We're going to chunk a bunch of planes moving forward. And then all of those planes are going to get like vertex Y values depending on the noise. And we'll just have to figure out what the right ratio of noise stuff is. This is not going to be player. Let's do land chunk. I guess theoretically we could do like a lot of generation. Um, I don't know. I feel like on one hand, I feel like generating a bunch of geometry is fine. Um, day one isn't submission in 1 hour. No, it is day one of the game jam. The submission is next week. Submission should be in 8 days, 13 hours, and 3 minutes. Submission is absolutely not in 1 hour. What is it? Midnight, June 8th. I think June 8th is what? Sunday? Not going to open my calendar on stream. I was just going to do that. Let's see. June 8th. Yeah, June 8th is Sunday. So it's midnight Sunday. Next Sunday. I'm just going to call these land chunks. I don't know that I need anything in particular for many things. Considering adding WebGL2. Why would I do that? Let's see, land chunk. Right. Plain 3D, yada yada, player. This plugin needs to get added to our app. So we'll throw this in here. Nope, we'll throw this in here. Let's do scaffolding star here. And then I'll throw everything that I have in here. And I think that's good. Let's get rid of scaffolding here. We do have access to compute shaders because I have chosen to go with web GPU already. So we could definitely do compute shader based landscape generation, which would be really cool. The only caveat that I have in my head, what are we going to call this? That doesn't seem like it is doing what I want it to do. Playing plugin, on enter, app state playing, start playing, commands one. Let's do a info, start playing. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Actually, I didn't use a camera. Let's do, for now, let's just throw in a camera 3D. I do feel like we're going to want like HDR and stuff like that, but we can always set that up later. If we throw in if we throw in this 3D camera now, we'll be able to see our 3D meshes when they spawn in. Got it. Or we should be able to. Is this not? Let's refresh. I'm going to check Bevy Inspector eGUI. When I hit start, some stuff disappears. This standard material, land chunk. So it is spawning. You know what I'm not doing? I'm not setting up the camera like at all. Let's do, so camera probably going to be in the back of the player. Doesn't necessarily need to be attached to the player, but could be. Let's do transform from XYZ 0, like 10, 0. Let's do looking at vec3y, no, vec3 0 at the moment. And this is vec3y. Perfect. So I made the mistake of putting my camera directly above. Let's do 10 behind as well. This is looking straight down at this camera. We also don't have any lights in the scene at all. So we should probably get a light in here. A directional light is fine for now. I think the atmosphere stuff doesn't work on Wasm. Maybe I'll check that out at some point later. This is just a point light. Weird. We could make the materials unlit too. 3D scene. Where's our directional light in here? Is it still a point light in here? Are we trying to convince people to not use directional lights? Is that what's going on here? Split camera HDR out into a new component. Exciting. Okay, I'm going to grab this. This is going to be commands.spawn this. I feel like this should be in playing and not in main menu, so I'm going to put it over there. I think we're going to comment this out because we don't really, like, we're not going to have the atmosphere stuff, so it is what it is. I'm excited to get some audio stuff done with Bevy Seedling. I'm very excited about Bevy Seedling being, like, having a release. Our plane is a little weird. Let's go grab... So one of the things that the Bevy demos do is they build a UV map image, like here. So we can do that too. And that is all the way down here. It's just this like image with some, you know, stuff filled in. Nothing super interesting. It is very cool if you've never seen it before. Like you can just like arbitrarily create images and do whatever you want to them. We're going to change the size of this plane as well. This plane doesn't need to be like a giant square. This is like XY. So like we can make this X 1050 kind of thing. We have started working on the Bevy Game Jam. So Bevy Game Jam has started as of today, about an hour ago. We talked through a bunch of theme applications. So the theme is chain reaction. And we are building a game for that theme. In this case, I think the chain reaction for me is going to be like an infinite runner with like perfect landings and stuff. It's a little bit too high of a camera. Let's go into inspector. Let's go for camera. Where's our transform? Yeah, something a little bit more like up like that so that we can actually see. So our camera, we're like 10-10 right now then. So like, let's, like 4 for the camera. What are you up to today? Are you doing the game? Are you going to do the game jam? I feel like I've been having a lot of fun with like infinite runners lately. So I think my my current plan is to build one and do like chaining landings as the like chain reaction. Size, subdivisions. Standard material stuff. The player needs to be double the height of the capsule. We don't have a height for the capsule currently. I don't know what the defaults are. Maybe we look at them. So radius of 0.5, half length of 0.5. We're going to stick a rigid body on this at some point. So rigid body, kinematic. Collider capsule, right? Radius length, right now 0.5 for both. Avian prelude, we can just do star here. You've been sub for a while, came from Party Corgi. First time you heard Rust was in the Discord from you, just studying now, it's not really submitting. Cool. Yeah, that's dope. You might be similar to this. Google Doodle Garden Gnomes. Doodle Garden Gnomes. This? Calibrating the garden gnome. Skip intro. Spacebar to click. Plant 70 meters of flower. Is my mouse controlling this? Not 70 meters. What are you saying might be similar to this? The game that we're building, or? Try out the other gnomes. Okay. Is this it? there anything more to this? Oh, it bounced off the mushroom or something. Cool. Oh, there's like a little thing that you can do. Okay, are they different? I feel like that doesn't help at all. Maybe I'm supposed to be doing it on the mushrooms. Yeah. That's cool. I've always enjoyed games like this, even though they're very, very simple. Oh, that was too late. That's cool. Did I restart this? Is that... debug material on plane, land chunk. Put this here. Yeah. The theme just reminded you about that? Yeah, that makes sense. What just happened here? Unsatisfied trait bound. Materials add standard material. Oh, right, because I already have a materials add. Can't add a thing to a thing that doesn't exist. Cool. Ah, right. The interpolation is on. Let's see. We could turn it off globally. I don't really want to do that per se. I don't think we get the sampler at all on the actual standard material. The question is, where's our, so debug UV material, right? UV debug texture. Texture size, yada yada, extent, width, texture data. Texture descriptor. Image sampler was right below that. This is new fill. New fill takes size, dimension, pixel format, and asset usage, but no sampler. That's weird. So it gives me back the image. So I guess we can just modify it, right? No code actions available? What the hell? Not a struct, variant, or union type. Okay. Image, sampler, descriptor. Nearest. Oh, I also need to return the image. So what we're seeing here is basically we have the texture that we want, but the sampler is turning it into something that is like smoothed between all the values. And if we don't do that, then it doesn't get smoothed and we see all the blocks. Cool. So we've got load chunk, we've got mesh 3D. We have, we probably want to just like start sending this forward at some speed. I think the magnitude might need to be held in a different location. Right? Like the controlling the magnitude of the velocity is going to be really what the game is about. And the linear velocity isn't going to be able to give us the... Is it going to be able to give us the velocity? I feel like we're going to take the directional input from the player, use that directly, and then create a linear velocity from that and the magnitude. And then the magnitude being separate, it will be easier for us to have things that affect the magnitude of what you're doing rather than just needing to deal with the vector all the time. Because we could scale the vector and stuff, but I feel like we're going to want the magnitude anyway to display as the miles per hour kind of thing. But we could stick with just linear velocity for now. I think that the next thing that we do is probably start modulating this with some noise. Maybe we always start with the same block. So for our plane 3D then, we're going to need chunk 1. Chunk 1 is going to be plane equals this. This is going to be plane, what is it, get attribute or something? Attributes, mesh attributes. Attribute mute. This is the full incantation here, right? So we end up with not UV attribute. That's not what we want. We want the position, right? We want the plane. This is going to be mesh from because we need to deal with the mesh, and we don't have a mesh here. We have a plain mesh builder. So now we have a mesh, which means that now we can get the vertex positions of that mesh, which means that now we can 32 by 3. This is not UV attribute. This is position attribute. This is panicking. I think panicking is fine. If we can't get a float 32 by 3, then we can't actually create the landscape. So in this case, I think this is fine for the moment. So we end up with the vertex attributes. We end up with the vec. We can do a pause attribute dot itermute dot map. We end up here with an array. So an exclusive reference to an array that's XYZ. We are only going to care about Y, and we need to generate some noise here. So let's go to the noise docs. NOIZ. This is white noise, per cell ortho grid. I don't really know much about the noise crate yet. So a little bit of a learning experience here. This is Perlin noise. Perlin noise is like a fine noise to start with, I think. So let's start with that, and then we'll go back and actually do some investigation into like what this should actually be when we have more of the functionality built out. It's not a particularly like usable crate in that sense though. Because like if you consider this to be Perlin noise, you have to know a lot about Perlin noise to know that this is Perlin noise. It would be nice if there was a Perlin noise like preset, but it is nice that it's in the docs. So what we're going to do is drop this in here. This is XYZ, right? Some value. Perlin noise sample. Do we need a vec3? I guess we need a vec3. So we can do a vec3 from, we'll call this ARR. Why would vec3 be an issue here? I don't know. Let's find out. Unsatisfied trait bound because we can't take an array. Vec3 influence from because it's a slice. Because it's not an array. No, it isn't. It's not a slice. It's an array of length 3. Oh, there we go. From array is what I need to call. Cool. So we have the value, which means that r dot, 1 has to equal some value. And I'll multiply this by like, what do we multiply this? This is going to be like a 0, negative 1 to 1 value. So maybe multiply it by 10 for the moment. That's not how you write array access. Okay, so all of that should work, and then this should be plain, right? This looks like this should be for each, not... we're iterating muting, so we don't want to map. We want to iterate our for each. And our goal is basically not going to be to... It's not really going to be to snap the player to the ground, but it's going to be to let it float if it wants to float. So if you like run off a ledge or something, and it's going to be to prevent it from going down further than it's supposed to. So here is quite a bit of that noise. I feel like this is too much from a like it's not smooth enough for us to want it perspective. So we can start with something a little bit more like this, but I think that all of that together basically is like, this isn't smoothed out enough for us. So the way to smooth something out like that is basically to take the space and like extend it. So like divide it by a number. I think that array divided by 10 isn't going to work. I don't think this is implemented. And we might want to change this per dimension anyway. Because we want front to back to be very smooth, but like left to right doesn't need to be as smooth. So we'll do vec3 new, and we'll do R0 because we don't get the things that we need here. So 0, 1, 2. This is going to be X, Y, Z. So X, Z, Z is the one we want to be the smoothest. So let's throw this up to like 40 or something. I think. Is that correct? I feel like Z is going to be the direction that we're going to need to be the smoothest in. The Y is going to be, you know, whatever it is. So at least we have something that's a little bit more, a little bit smoother. We're going to want to play with these noise values quite a bit, I think, at the end of the day. That is Perlin noise you spied. That is Perlin noise. Really, I don't know if we're going to keep Perlin noise forever. Right now, I'm just kind of playing with some values, letting it smooth out a little bit. One of the other things is that we probably need more subdivisions. So this is a 10 by 50 plane. So probably, can we do subdivisions X, Y? Maybe not. Maybe we have to do this 10 by 10. If we want to do that. I feel like there should be a subdivisions X and a subdivisions Y, but maybe there isn't. So we may end up actually writing our own mesh generation with that in mind. The little player here is going to have to figure that out as well. So the process of creating this noise means that we are going to need, let's just leave that comment. Why not? This is going to need to get stuck into a resource. So struct land chunk noise is what we'll do. And this will keep what? This will keep a value of, I guess we could specify the whole thing. Right? Like this whole thing is the type. Feels a little weird to like specify that whole type here. But I think it's fine. So then we have land chunk noise here. This is getting created when we start playing, but we're probably going to move that to an earlier phase, especially as we start doing more and more generation and probably want to generate this before we show it. But for the moment, we'll leave it. We just need to be able to access it in other systems. So maybe what we do is we just insert the resource when the plugin is constructed, and then we don't have to worry about it. And this is land chunk noise. So now we'll have seeded noise set up for us. We probably want to do this at a different time, or seed this with different values or do things like that. But for now, all we're trying to look for is a noise. And this is just going to be noise, and we're going to sample the noise. And we could implement deref here. I think I will, because I basically never want to deal with deref mute. Should be enough, right? Noise here, noise.sample. Apparently this doesn't need to be mutable. Which I guess it makes sense because this isn't like randomness. This is noise, which is deterministic. Invalid system configuration for start playing because res land chunk noise is what we need here. So the question then for our player, for the transform at which we drop them in, we're going to drop them in at the right level here using that noise sample. Noise sample, yada yada, player, transform from this, let player position equals this. Noise.sample. This is going to be like 0, 0, 0. What does this need to be? Sample lets us throw anything in here. Cool. Let's do 0, 0, 0, I guess. This is going to be the Y position. And we're going to add the capsule height. So I think that's 0.5. This is the wrong value for whatever reason. Do you already have a game loop idea? Yes, I do. Quick gradients, gradient generator 3 is not satisfied. How am I sampling it up here? I'm sampling it with a vec3. Let's just stick this in a vec3. I'm just going to vec3 0 it. There's going to be an F32, or it should be, unless this fails. Noise sample vec3. This doesn't. Oh, we need to specify that this is an F32? Is that what it's happening here? Interesting. Okay, so what are we getting? What are we getting here? I'm curious. It was my first time using the NOIZ crate. So consider giving it an explicit type. It's very interesting. I wonder if we can generate other values here. Something to look into at some point, especially if we need it. But that should be it. Yeah, so game loop wise, I think because chain reaction, the idea is not infinite runner. Infinite runner is wrong. Dang. But what is the height of this? It's +1, right? If the radius and the other thing are both 0.5, then the total length that we need to boost the character by is 1. Yeah, so we're going to throw forward. We're going to kind of have a runner with a bunch of landscape that's automatically generated. You're going to be able to like land and get basically like a score for landing. And if you can chain enough, dang, if you can chain enough perfect landings together, then you end up with like speed boost, speed boost, speed boost. If you can sustain a high enough level of speed, we'll shift you into like a new like special phase or whatnot. And we're just going with that from there. Dang, man. So for the moment, we're just doing like very basic landscape generation. And I'm just going to start sending this capsule forward in that sense. And we're going to try to get the very basics of like capsule moving forward, colliding with land, going. And then the very next thing is going to be, can we get like a momentum, right? Like a momentum happening. Once we can get the momentum happening, then we can do a bunch of things for how to like affect that momentum. Yeah. But for now, it's kinematic collider. I guess this is technically a static rigid body. With a collider. Not a plane collider. What is the collider here? I don't know that we're going to need a collider, if I'm being honest. The movement here, if we have a kinematic body, I think we're going to be able to sample the noise at any point that our character is at, and thus tell how high the character needs to be. I guess the only thing that's concerning about that is like what happens if you are somehow moving really quickly downward. But I'm really not concerned about that. I don't think. We do, however, need a bunch of chunks. So our landscape generation is basically only going to be forward. I think for now, I'll just do 3 of them in a row. Right? So this is going to be a plane mesh with the attributes and whatnot. And this can be gen plane. And this will be, or like gen landscape, I guess, would be gen land chunk. And then this will be a function of gen land chunk. This is probably not how we're going to do it long term, but we're going to return the plane here. This is going to need the noise as well as the location, right? The plane here is already one, so we're going to need an offset. The offset is really only going to be in the Y direction. So that can be like an F32. The noise is going to have to be the noise that we have. I'm just going to take the type signature that we used up here. I'm going to pass in land chunk noise rather than the full thing. I guess this can be a reference, right? We don't actually need it to be anything else. And then we're returning plane here. So we need to return a mesh 3D. What is the actual? Just a mesh. So we've got the offset and the noise. The offset is going to be X, Y, Z. I think Z is our offset. I'm 50-50 on whether to call this positive or negative. Because technically negative Z is forward. So we're subtracting, but our offset, if you think about an offset, is going up. I think I'll just do the subtraction. Offset, land chunk noise. Offset 0. Noise. This is the first chunk. Then we put the chunk in here. This is an F32. This needs to get repeated 3 times or 4 times or whatever. Our thing is chunk size times n, so times 1 here, and chunk size times 2 here. We don't have chunk size yet, so the transforms here are also going to be XYZ 0 times 2, right? Chunk size. Damn. Wish I didn't rip up my throat this week. Chunk size times 1, chunk size. This is going to be 0, chunk size 1, chunk size 2. We haven't specified chunk size. Chunk size is the size of the planes themselves. So I guess this wouldn't know, but it has to. So this is size XY. I think 50 is our chunk size. And we'll just make this a const up here. Right, so we should have 3 of them now, if I've done all my thinking correctly. We'll clone these 2 handles. Building JavaScript bindings. Okay, so it looks a little bit awkward. What did I change? XYZ, negative, negative. Let's see, land chunk, transform. Here's our basic one. Right, it looks pretty chunky. And then we've got the other one down here. And then we've got the third one behind it. So we've got all three. They are way too crunched. What did I change? I added that number to the like R minus offset, right? So the question is, did I put this on the right side? Because it is XYZ, this is going to be 50. But it's going to be 50 over 30, right? Okay, yeah, I see what happened. Okay. My math order of operations happened. This over 30. Hey Sean, thanks for the luck. I think the jam theme should result in some interesting games. There we go. So I'm honestly like, I'm pretty sure that this is going to be the game that I submit to the jam, but we'll see. I'm gonna think about it between now and the next stream, and I think that this is going to be the game, but we'll see. Let's just throw a linear velocity in here. This is going to be 0 side to side, 0 Y, and negative 10 Z. We haven't done any kind of gravity or collision yet, so I'm expecting this to just like walk through things. Also, the camera doesn't follow, which, you know, is a different issue. So as this thing goes forward, we have options. One thing we're not doing right now is putting a collider on the land chunks. And I am considering whether we actually need to or not. I think we might want to for other reasons. Like if we want any kind of physical reaction for things bouncing along the landscape or whatever, I think that that's useful. Which means that we need to do collider generation, which means that kind of pulls us away from being able to do some of the GPU generation, which is fine. Let's do collider constructor, because we're going to do a runtime collider effectively, right? And then we'll just do try-mesh from mesh for now, because we're just looking for something that's fairly quick to generate that we can then use for collision detection. And we can always change this to being a more optimal collider type later. Or we can pre-generate a bunch of stuff. So we've got options. Right. So it's moving forward. Let's see. We would get collision events, right? So collision event, collision events enabled, and then dot observe trigger on collision start. So theoretically, we should be able to detect collisions using this. I think that if we do end up sticking with the kinematic character controller, we probably do some raycasting, but it's going to be like single axis raycasting. Like we're not going to need to care all that much. The other thing is I keep forgetting to open up the dev tools. So we are getting some collisions here. Let's clear this, start, this runs. Probably should be like now-ish for the collision. No. There's a collision. So we do get collisions. We do have our little thing running. We can write a system to translate the camera. I think the camera will basically always follow the player, so we don't really need to put any restrictions on it from like a left-right perspective. I think it'll always be behind the player. Probably when you're going faster, it starts getting further away. So we have some like spring damping effect on it. We'll see. Let's go with FN camera follow, which I'm going to put in the wrong systems at the point at this point for the moment, but that's fine. The interesting thing about this as well is that we don't need to actually have a lot of player control to test a lot of this. See, mute, query, a mute transform with player follow camera. Is that enough? And then we need the player as well. Single transform with player. And then player follow camera doesn't actually exist, so we need to create it. Let's see, for mute transform in nmute query transform dot smooth nudge. Do we have that somewhere? Why do you need to set the position translation of Z inside the mesh generation when you translate the position on spawn to set the origin of the mesh? Which piece are you talking about? Let's see. Gen land chunk. So what we do in gen land chunk is we have a mesh. This is just a plane. It is a plane centered at, 0, 0. It's got 100 subdivisions. It is a size of, 10 by 50 or something like that. So we kind of have rectangles. We don't have squares as the subdivisions. And then in the vertex positions, we're doing noise sampling to figure out where the Y position of that particular vertex should be. This is because we want to deform our plane into like a bumpy surface, more or less. We could actually literally just make this a sine wave to start out with and throw the noise away completely. So the question was, why do you need to set the position of Z inside the mesh generation? We aren't doing that. Maybe you mean this. This is the input to the noise sampling. So you can think of the noise sampling as being like, if you give it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that is a certain, let's say if you had a sine wave, right? You might have like -1, 0, 1, 0, -1, 0, 1 kind of thing. If you wanted to have smoother, like if you wanted to dampen the amplitude more or less, or have smoother transitions between those, you could divide your time scale, which would be just the X position, by like, let's say divide it by 4 or something, right? And then you end up with a sine wave that gives you values for the same inputs of like 0, -0.25, -0.5, -0.75, 1, -0.75. So like you get a smoother transition, or a more gradual transition between the peaks and the valleys. That's what's happening here with the division. Yes. We're manipulating the Y position of the vertices so that we end up with a bumpy surface. And we are not... and we're doing this in the Z direction because I want the Z direction to be smoother than, say, the X or the Y, right? Like if it's really bumpy side to side, I don't really care. If it's really turbulent top to bottom, we don't change Y ever. So Y is always 0 anyway for our input. So it doesn't really end up mattering. We could hard code that to 0. But for Z, I want it to be fairly smooth because you're going to end up wanting to like land in places and then take off places off. So that's all that is. We don't have those numbers like well defined yet. Like it is the way it is because I wanted something very smooth to start out with. It is not the way it is because this is the kind of noise that we want, if that makes sense. Like maybe I want something a little bit bumpier here so we can cut this down to like 20. But I haven't finished my other code yet, so that won't work. Let's do camera follow, transform. I thought we had smooth nudge here. Maybe that's translation. Translation. Dot smooth nudge. So we have the camera. And we want to send it to the player at a decay rate of, I don't know, 0.1. And I need to look at the docs for what these values actually are. So we've got target decay rate and delta. They use values that are kind of like FN. Interesting. Decay rate of ln10 after 1 second, the remaining distance is 1/10. So this is very quick. And then delta time is the amount of time that we've traveled. So we need res time in here somewhere. They don't give delta time, but they do show an example from the repo. So that's time delta seconds is what we need to pass in here. So we need time res time here. This player is probably going to be .0, right? Because we need our dot translation. So the camera, for any camera that we have player follow on, which is, we only have one, but I wrote it as a loop. We're going to smooth nudge that camera to the player with some number. I don't know what this number is going to be. It doesn't really matter what it is at the current moment over some period of time. So we need to both add this and the translation of a camera should happen before physics, but I forget the exact system it's supposed to be in. I'm going to have to look that up later. So really what I'm going to do is I'm going to add systems. Oh man, maybe I do know it off the top of my head. Run pre frick. Jan would know if they were in chat. Avian 3D. Run. No, it's not run. Why do I think it starts with run? Run system once. Run fixed main loop, but not that. It's the pre. Run fixed main pre-loop thing. Fixed main. It's this one, I think. Run fixed main loop system before fixed main loop. Which is run fixed main loop before fixed main loop is, I think, the right place to add this. Camera follow. I'll have to check this later. Oh, this is the set. So this is the inset. If you need to order your variable time set systems before or after fixed update logic, use the run fixed main loop system set. That's what we're doing here. So we need to do .inset like this. And run fixed main loop is our main. That's what it is. So it's this. It's this. And it's inset this. Apparently not. Run fixed main loops. Oh, run fixed main loop system. You can see why I forget this every time I look at it. This also won't work because we haven't applied the component that we need for player follow camera. Player follow camera does need to be pub. It is. Here's our camera. We're going to put this here. This is going to be our player follow camera for the moment. And we'll watch. Is this completely broken? This is panicking on the system for camera follow because we do 2 axes of transform. So we've got transform here and transform here. Well, we don't differentiate between them. But we can do that like this. So what's happening here is basically, I'm not going to be able to show this very... we're querying for transform. We're querying transform in an exclusive way in one query and not in the other. But that means they conflict because we're accessing some amount of transforms mutably and some transform in a shared way. And theoretically, Rust doesn't know that these are different, so we have to give it some type information so that it is different. So we don't have an offset here, but it is working. We need to keep our offset. In your opinion, moving the camera does not need to be done in fixed steps. You might be wrong, but your internet is very intermittent. You might have missed the why. The TLDR is that with respect to player following camera, there are things that have impact on the resulting physics. For example, if you are going to move in the direction of the camera, then you need to be able to have that camera when you go to do the physics stuff. So some things should be happening before the physics and some things should be happening after. I think actually translation, now that I think about it, translation can happen after and rotation has to happen before. Because the rotation affects, or the rotation will impact the direction of the physics based on the user input and stuff. So it's rotation to find direction, physics with like linear velocity applied from that direction, and then the translation can be basically the read of what happened there. So actually for this particular thing, we don't need it to be there. Now that I think about it for more than half a second. So this is probably going to be an update. Because we're not going to be... God, my neighbors are smoking again. We're not going to be... completely lost my train of thought. Anyway. Need to have the offset here. Smooth merge player plus vec3 new 0 on the X. What do we have? 4 above on the Y and then -10 on the Z. It's just 10 on the Z. Translation plus vec. We don't need to do that. What is the issue here? Vec3 new 0410 plus translation. This should work. 0410 is what we have here. What is the math issue here? Expected shared reference found vec3. That's fine. We can turn this into a reference. All right. So we've got a character moving along a procedural mesh generating landscape. And I think that I'm going to call it there for today. My throat's feeling kind of sore right now. I may or may not stream tomorrow morning. I will probably try to stream this week more than I normally do for the game jam. And with that said, thanks everyone for hanging out. If you have a jam game, good luck with your jam game, and I will see you in the next stream.